I would like to call one of the shareholders. Can Mr. Sam as an opening prayer as we start this? Mr. Sam, can you give us an opening prayer as we start this meeting, please?
Our Father and our Lord, we bless you this morning. Thank you for the life
While we're still standing, please, if you don't mind, can we also have a national item taken as one? Our national item. Thank you. Distinguished shareholders, you're welcome to this first and second and the third consolidated annual general meetings of Ronchess Global Resources PLC. Since our listing on the broad board of the NGS, which was taken on the 17th of December 2021. The quorum required by the company's article of association is 2 members based on the numbers of shareholders present either in person or in front. Can the register please confirm that the quorum has been formed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, directors, regulatory officers present, and esteemed shareholders. My name is Mary Adeleye, and I represent Coronation Registrars Limited, the registrars to Ronchess Global Resources PLC. At the start of this meeting, we have 2 shareholders physically present and 1 shareholder represented by proxy, with a total of 73,613,000 units, which represents 72.88% of the company's issued share capital. With this information, sir, a quorum has been formed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The register that informed me and everyone seated that the quorum has been formed. Therefore, I have great pleasures in declaring this meeting open. Please be advised that this meeting is being streamed live on a link as provided on the company's website and records. It's a great pleasure to introduce the directors of this company as at 2021 to 2023. From my right, I have Judson, who is the MD and the CEO of this company. I have Mr. Nii, who is the Vice Chairman of this great company. I have Mr. Okafo as well, Akalaka. And also Mr. Austin, representing Mrs. Okwebo. To my left, I have the company secretary. Thank you very much, ma'am. Mrs. Uwabaku, sorry, I always find it straight when I'm standing. And next to her is Mr. Temi Tokpe Adeboshi. And Mr. Leon. Oh, good afternoon, sir and ma'am. We also have in our midst representative of our regulators. We have the security represented by Mrs. Amina Tanko, group. We also have the Corporate Affairs Commission, here represented by Barrister Mrs. Abiba Adamu Diko. I also like to introduce to you representative of our registers, represented by standing Mrs. Mary Adelaide. The external auditors for 2021 and 2023 are still yet to arrive. I believe that they will be introduced when they arrive at this hall. I will also like to introduce one of our key management staff present, who is the head of HR, Ms. Umadi Omo. Is she present? Thank you very much, ma'am. I would like to introduce and welcome all shareholders here present, as well as those joining us virtually. Please remember that the meeting is being streamed live and recorded. When you want to speak, please indicate by showing of hands and wait to be invited. A microphone will be given to you by one of our hostesses. For those participating virtually, please type in your questions in the message box online. We will also have that read out to us seated in this hall. Please state your name clearly and endeavor to be brief and straight to the point as much as you can because of timing. Please do not repeat what another person has said or has asked. Shareholders, please note that the register of the directors and shareholding and records of attendance at this board meeting of directors eligible for elections are available for viewing by contacting the registers, and information is also in the annual. I will now call on the company secretary to read the notice of the meeting, which is on page 102 of our handbook, and page 103 of the annual report. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished shareholders, notice of consolidated annual general meetings. For the years ended 31st December 2021, 31st December 2022, and 31st December 2023, notice is hereby given that the first, second, and third annual general meetings of Ronchess Global Resources PLC will be held at Nordic Hotel, 258 Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos, on the 24th day of April 2025 at 12 noon to transact the following businesses. Ordinary business. 1. To lay before the members the 2021, 2022, and 2023 audited financial statements, the reports of the directors, and the reports of auditors thereon. 2. To authorize the directors to fix the remuneration of external auditors for the 2021, 2022, and 2023 financial years. 3. To elect or re-elect directors. And 4. To elect members of the Statutory Audit Committee. Special business. To appoint Shell's Professional Services as the external auditor of the company for the years ended 2021, 2022, and 2023. Dated this 20th day of March 2025 by the order of the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. There are 6 agendas items to be deliberated on today. The resolutions on them will be by the voting devices already distributed to the shareholders. I will now invite the registers to explain the voting procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will explain the voting process. Esteemed shareholders and regulators and our directors, please be informed that we have captured a total of 3 shareholders through attendance and proxy, and that represents 73,613,000 units. And this is 72.88% of the issued share capital. Now, the voting results will be displayed in addition to the vote cast here today by the 2 shareholders in attendance, pending when others join. The votes cast will be configured to represent the shareholding of Ronchess Global Resources PLC. Once the voting session commences, the voting option will pop up for the voting options for, against, and abstain will come up on your device screen. Please click 1 if in support, click 2 if against, or click 3 to abstain on the reference button in accordance with your voting decision. Can change their vote during the voting period. Once the voting period has ended, the last button you press will be recorded as your vote. For coherence, note that the voting result displayed will round up in percent into number. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, the registrar. As mentioned earlier, the representative of the external auditors for the period 2021 to 2023 still yet to see their. Please pardon us. May I kindly crave your indulgence that a shareholder proposed propose a motion to take the audit report, which is on page 12, 13, 45, 77, and 78 of the year 2021 and 2022, and for 2023 annual report. I repeat that page again. Page 12, page 13, 44 to 45, page 77 to page 78, the 2021, 2022, and our 2023 annual report.
You may progress.
Shareholders, please introduce yourself and move.
My name is Umadiomo. You may progress.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May I have someone to second this motion? Another shareholder. Please introduce yourself.
Banye Samuel is my name. I second the motion.
Thank you very much, sir. Register, please conduct the election.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so we have the resolution on the screen and the timer will come up. It's a 60-second timer. It's up now. Please press your devices. Earlier announced, the first button, number 1, represents yes, 2 represents no, or 3 abstain. Voting is still in session. Thank you, everyone. The motion has been carried. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have the results fully in support of what we presented, and the motion has been carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. From the result of the election, I confirm that the motion is carried. Thank you once again. Although year 2021 and 2023 being considered in arrears, there was no statutory audit committee during that period, which is the SAC. This means that there are no SAC reports for this period under review. Under the first agenda, it is laid to before the shareholders the audit financial statement for the year ending December 31st, 2021 and December 31st, 2022, and also December 31st of December 2023, together with the reports of the directors and the auditors. I would now like to formally lay before the meeting the annual reports and accounts, including the audit financial statement for the year ending the 31st of December 2021, the December 31st of the year 2022, and the 31st December of the year 2023, together with the reports of the directors and the audit thereon. I hereby call on the distinguished shareholder to propose a motion to take as read the audit financial statement for the year ending 31st of December 2021, 31st December 2022, and 31st December 2023, together with these reports of the directors and auditors. May I have a shareholder to move this motion?
Good afternoon. My name is Umadi Omo. I move the motion.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And to be seconded by another shareholder?
I so second.
Thank you very much, sir. I hereby call once again the register. Please conduct this election.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll have the resolution up on the screen. We have the resolution up on the screen and the timer is on. The countdown has begun. Please press 1 on your device if in support of the resolution. Press 2 if against, or 3 to abstain. Thirty seconds to the end of the voting session. Ten more seconds to the end of the voting session. The voting has ended, and we have a total of 5 shareholders who voted in favor of the resolution by 100%, and this represents 90,353,200 units. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, ma'am. From the result of the election, I confirm this motion carried. I don't know if there's any questions from our shareholders or audience. Any questions from the shareholders? If there's none, please permit me to move to the second agenda, item number 2. This next item on the agenda is to authorize the directors to fix the remuneration of our external auditors, Shenzi Professional Services, who acted as the company's auditor for the 2021 and 2023. The law requires that the remunerations of the external auditor be fixed by the company in the annual general meetings or in such a manner as the company may deem determined in a general meeting. Will a shareholder kindly move a motion that the directors be and are hereby authorized to fix the remunerations of our external auditor for the year ending December 2021, 31st of December 2021 and 2022, and also of 2023. I'll wait for a shareholder to move.
Yes, I move accordingly.
Thank you very much, sir. Can they be seconded by another shareholder?
Seconded. Abiola Lasaki.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I hereby call and put the motion to the meeting registers. Please conduct the election on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The timer is already on. Please cast your votes. Press 1 if in support of the resolution. Press 2 if against, or 3 to abstain. Voting is still in session. We have 30 seconds to the end of the voting period. Voting is still in progress. Voting has ended, and we have 4 shareholders' votes in support of the resolution by 100%, and this represents 90,319,200 units. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I hereby declare that the motion has been duly carried. We now move to the third agenda. The third item on this agenda is to elect or re-elect directors. I call on the shareholder to move that the following directors are re-elected. Sorry? Ratified, sorry. Directors for the financial year 2021 as first directors, and the directors for the financial year of 2022 and of 2023 as due elected directors for their representative period. Can I also have another shareholder to move? I thereby call on the shareholder. Please introduce yourself. Sorry, we can't hear you. Is the microphone working? Thank you very much, sir. Can I also have another shareholder to second this motion?
My name is Umadiomo. I second the motion.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I put the resolution to this meeting and invite the register once again to conduct the voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we'll have the resolution on the screen. We have the resolution on display, and the timer is on now. The countdown has begun. Please press your device, 1 if in support of the resolution, 2 if against, or 3 to abstain. The voting is still in progress. 30 seconds to the end of the voting session. Ten more seconds to the end of the voting period. The voting has ended, and we have 5 shareholders vote in favor of the resolution by 100%, and this represents 89,639,600 units. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Following the result of the voting as announced by the registrar, I hereby declare that the motion to be taken to take all directors in the year 2021 to 23 as due re-elected and carried. We hereby move to our agenda, item number 4. This next item will have been ratification, of the audit committee, but as earlier stated, there was no audit committee throughout the year 2021, the year 2022, and the year 2023, consequently. So therefore, I move to agenda item number 5. This next item on this agenda is the appointment of the external auditor at that period, and they're still yet to be present. May I invite a shareholder to propose for the appointment of Shiza Professional Service as the external auditor for Ronchess Global Resources PLC for the year 2021, 2022, and 2023. I hereby call on a shareholder to move this motion. Thank you very much, ma'am. I need another second shareholder to second that.
I do second.
Thank you very much, sir. And I call once again the registrar to conduct the voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have the resolution on, and the timer is up. Please press 1 on your voting device if in support of this resolution. Press 2 if against, or press 3 to abstain. Thank you. We have 30 seconds to the end of the voting period. We have 10 seconds left of the voting period. The voting has ended, and we have votes from 7 shareholders, which represents 90,402,200 units, and this is 100% in favor of the resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And based on the result just announced by the registrar, I hereby declare the resolution as duly carried. I move now to the next item on our agenda, which is agenda number 6. The next item on this agenda is to authorize the directors to take necessary business arrangements and appoint such professional parties advises as they deem necessary and according to the terms as the directors may deem appropriate, as well as perform all such other acts and do all such other things as may be necessary to give effect to the above resolutions. Can once again a direct shareholder move this motion? Please introduce yourself.
Viola Lasaki, I move the motion.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And to be seconded by
I do second.
Thank you very much, sir. I now put the motion to this meeting. Registrars, please conduct this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The resolution is up and the timer is on. Please press 1 if the resolution. Press 2 if against, or 3 to abstain. We have 30 seconds left of the voting period. Ten seconds left of the voting period. Five seconds left, and the voting has ended. We have a total of 7 shareholders who voted in favor of this resolution, and this represents 90,402,200 units. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Going by the results of the election, I hereby confirm the motion as being duly and carried. Distinguished fellow shareholders, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the items on the agenda, and I would like to thank you on behalf of the board for your attendance, patience at this meeting. We express our appreciation for your continued interest and support for our company over the years, the 2021 and 22 and 23. I now declare this annual general meeting for the year 2021, 22 and 23 closed. At this point also, I'm going to require someone to lead us in prayer. We started with prayer, and we have to end with prayer.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you. We thank you for the board.
Sorry, do you mind if you all stand before?
Yes. We thank you for the board. We thank you for the wisdom with which they have managed the affairs of Ronchess. Father, accept our thanks in the name of Jesus. We commit the company afresh into your hand, O God. We ask that your hand be upon the business and make it prosperous in the name of Jesus. In the new financial year, let it be a landmark year for every shareholder, for every board member in the name of Jesus. Promote Ronchess. Bring favorable results in the name of Jesus. We thank you because we know you've heard and answered our prayer. For in Jesus' mighty name we pray.
I was once told that prayer can never be enough. So I also require a Muslim, a brother, to pray for us. Mr. Tafida.
Thank you, Allah, for gathering us in this place to witness this 21, 22, and 23 AGM for Ronchess Global Resources PLC. And we pray that whatever we deliberate here will be in favor of the company, shareholders, and the directors in general. We thank you, God, for life, health, and prosperity. Thank you, God.
Thank you very much, sir. We also started by singing our national item for this great nation, and it's my honor also if we end it with maybe the first verse of the national item. It's exactly 2:02. We shall begin. If you don't mind, please, can we rise? I would like to call on Pastor Adej to pray for us.
We bless your holy name. We thank you for the commencement of this meeting. And we ask, oh God, that your spirit will continue with us in the name of Jesus. We declare this meeting open in the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost.
Thank you very much, sir. While still standing, can we take national item, please? Good afternoon, gentlemen. To the distinguished shareholders, you're welcome to the 4th annual general meeting of Ronchess Global Resources since our listing on the Growth Board Nigerian Stock Exchange on the 17th of 2021. This quorum required by the company's article of association is 2 members based on the numbers of shareholders present in person or proxy. Register, please confirm that the quorum has been formed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, directors, regulatory officers, and esteemed shareholder. My name is Mary Adeleye. I represent Coronation Registrars Limited, registrars to Ronchess Global Resources PLC. We hereby confirm that we have 20 shareholders and 1 attending by proxy, and this represents 94,361,200 shareholders, and this signifies 93.42% of the capital issued share capital. With this information, we hereby confirm that the quorum has been formed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Formed me. I have great pleasure in declaring this meeting open. Please be advised that this meeting is based on a link on the company's website and YouTube, and is being recorded. Thank you once again. Pleasure to introduce the directors of this great company, Ronchess Global Resources PLC. To my right, I have the MD and the CEO, Okuo. Sorry, Okuewo. Sorry. And to his as well, Oguno, who is the Vice Chancellor for the board. Good afternoon, sir. Also, I have Ms. Abiba Waziri. She's an independent non-executive director. And to our left, I have Mr. Okafo Akalaka, who is also an independent non-executive director. And to Mr. Akalaka is Mr. Austin Abaduta, who is an alternative director. And to my left here, I have my company secretary, Owabaku, Ebeleju. And to our left is Mr. Tokwe Adeboshi, who is an executive director. And to Mr. Tokwe's left, to his left hand is Mr. Leon, who is also an independent executive director. And to Mr. Leon's left is my gentleman, Mr. Yusuf Tafida, an independent non-executive director. Thank you very much for coming this afternoon. We have also in our midst representative of our various regulators and the escape represented by Mrs. Amina. Afternoon. Of Ms. Peggy Holiday, the Corporate Affairs Commission, here represented by Barrister Mrs. Adamu. So, like to introduce to you representative of Mr. Iyamu Oshi. Our register coronation represented by Miss Mary Adeleye. I would also like to introduce the following key management staff of the company present. The head of HR and admin, Ms. Omar, and the Chief Financial Officer, our CFO, Mrs. Ulu, for attending this. I would also like to recognize who retired on the 22nd of September 2024. I would also like to recognize the welcome all the shareholders here present, as well as those joining us virtual. At this point, I have to stand, and the reason why I'm standing is I have a gentleman who is more or less a father to me, a mentor, someone that we really respect a lot in this company. And that's to introduce the president of Madam and his entourage. Shall we rise the directors? Sorry. And as someone else have mentioned, they said it's behind the successful man, they said there's always a woman. So I also want to recognize Madam's wife. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you. Please, shall we be seated? In his entourage, I have Jimmy Lawal. He's the chairman, CEO of Afri Venture Capital Company Limited. I have, please correct me if I'm wrong in the way I pronounce, Afiz Dayoro, which is the chief of staff to Malam, and Mr. Muiwa Adekeye, the media advisor, Adejuwon Momo, special assistant, Ayuba Yakubu, security detail. You're all welcome to this Ronchess AGM meeting of 2024. Please be reminded that the meeting is being streamed live and recorded. And when you want to speak, indicate by showing of hands and wait to be invited. And a microphone will be given to you. For those participating virtually, please type in your questions in the message boards, and we will also have that read out. Please state your name clearly and be endeavored to be brief and straight to the point, and as much as you can. Do not repeat what someone else or person has said before. Shareholders, please note that the register of the directors and shareholding and records of attendance at this board meeting of directors eligible for elections are available for viewing by contacting the registrar, and information is also available in the annual report. I will now call on the company secretary, Mrs. Nwambako Ebeleju, to read the notice of this meeting, which will be found on page 42 of our booklet annual audit report of 2024. The notice of this meeting is on page 42 and 43 of this annual report. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished shareholders, notice of the 4th Annual General Meeting for the year ended 31st December 2024. Notice is hereby given that the 4th Annual General Meeting of members of Ronchess Global Resources PLC will be held at Nordic Hotel, 258 Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, Lagos, on the 24th of April 2025 at 2:30 p.m. to transact the following business. Ordinary business. 1. To lay before the members the audited financial statements, the reports of the directors, and the report of auditors thereon. 2. To re-elect Dr. Adeolu Adeboye as non-executive director. 3. To re-elect Captain Niyi Ogunowo as non-executive director. 4. To re-elect Mrs. Josephine Okoevo as non-executive director. 5. To re-elect Mr. Okafo Akalaka as an independent non-executive director. 6. To re-elect Mr. Leon Kelly as an independent non-executive director. And 7. To elect members of the Statutory Audit Committee. 8. To fix the remuneration of the external auditors for the 2025 financial year. 9. Declaration of directors' remuneration. Special business. To consider and, if thought fit, pass the following resolutions as ordinary resolutions of the company. 10. To appoint Messrs. Oladejo Ogurinde and Co. as the external of the company for the year 2025. And 11. That the directors be and hereby authorized to appoint such professional parties and advisors and perform all such other acts and do all such as may be necessary to give effect to the above resolutions, including limitation, complying with the directives of any relevant regulatory authority. Dated this 20th day of March 2025 by the order of the board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, our company secretary. Distinguished shareholders, The chairman's statement, because of our time, is on the booklet that you have in front of you of page 17 to 18 of the annual report 2024. So can we consider it as read? You can read it later on because of our time. Thank you very much. I just want to highlight some observation steps we have taken which indicates good progress both in the delivery of our excellent job as well as the governance aspect. We started this journey in Lagos a few years ago, and by God's grace, we're able to move to Kaduna, where we find God's favor. We were in Kaduna for almost 5 years, sorry. And from there, by God's grace, we're also able to move to another state. We're now at Zamfara State. In our journey, we had a little diversification to another state, in Kwara. And since then, God has been helping us, waxing stronger in every aspect. Not just only in road construction, we've moved and we're still moving into various other sectors. So at this point, with my kind permission, I also propose that the MD, the CEO statement, which is also in the book in front of you, the handbook, which is the audit report. His statement is found on page 19 and 20. And I want to also take this as being read, just because of our timing. I will now ask the representatives of the external auditors to read the audit report, which is on page 45 to 47 of the annual report 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, distinguished shareholders. Independent auditor's report to the shareholders and directors of Ronchess Global Resources PLC or the audited financial statements for the year ended 31st December 2024. Opinion. We have audited the company financial statements of Ronchess Global PLC, Ronchess Global Resources PLC, the company, which comprises of the statement of financial position as at 31st December 2024, the statement of profit or loss, and other comprehensive income, changes in equity, statement of cash flow for the year ended 31st December 2024, including summary of significant accounting policies and notes to financial statements. In our opinion, the financial statement give a true and fair view of the financial position of Ronchess Global Resources PLC as at 31st December 2024, in accordance with international standard on auditing, international financial reporting standards, the Companies and Allied Matters Act, CAPS C20, LFN 2022, and the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria Act of 2023 amended. Basis of our opinion. We conducted our audit in accordance with international standard on auditing, ISA. Our responsibility under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements section of our report. We are independent of the company's management. in accordance with the requirement of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria Professional Code of Conduct and Guide for Accountants, which is ICANN code, and other independence requirements applicable to performing audit of financial statements in Nigeria. We have fulfilled our other ethical responsibilities in accordance with ICANN code and in accordance with other ethical requirements applicable to performing audits in Nigeria. The ICANN code is consistent with the International Ethics Standard for Accountant Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants, both Part A and B. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. Responsibilities of the directors of Ronchess Global PLC. The directors are responsible for the preparation of the financial statements that give a true and fair view in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standard and requirements of the Companies and Allied Matters Act, CAP C20, LFN 2020, and Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria Act of 2023 as amended. And for such internal control as directors determined is necessary to enable the preparation of financial statements that are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. In preparation of financial statements, the directors are responsible for assessing the company's ability to continue as a going concern, disclosing as applicable matters related to going concern, and using the going concern basis of accounting unless the directors either intend to liquidate the company or to cease operation, or have no realistic alternative but to do so. Auditors' responsibilities for the audit of the financial statement. Our objectives are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statement as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an audit report that includes our opinions. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance, but is not guaranteed that the audit conducted in accordance with international standard of audit will always detect a material misstatement when it exists. Misstatement can arise from fraud or error and are considered material if, individually or in the aggregate, they could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decision of users taken on the basis of this financial statement. As part of an audit in accordance with international standard of auditing, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. We also, 1, identify and assess the risk of material misstatement or the financial statement, whether due to fraud or error. And we design and perform audit procedures responsive to those risks and obtain audit evidence that is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. 2, obtain an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the company's internal control. Number 3, evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the response and the reasonableness of accounting estimates and related disclosures made by the directors. 4, conclude on the appropriateness of the director's use of going concern basis of accounting, and based on the audit evidence obtained, whether a material uncertainty exists relating to event or condition that may cast significant doubt on the company's ability to continue as a going concern. If we conclude that a material uncertainty exists, we are required to draw attention in our audit report to the related disclosure in the financial statement, or if such disclosure are inadequate, to modify our opinion. Our conclusions are based on the audit evidence obtained up to the date of our audit report. However, future events or conditions may cause the company to cease to continue as a going concern. Number 5, we also evaluate the overall presentation, structure, and content of the financial statement, including the disclosures, and whether the company's financial statement represent the underlying transaction and event in a manner that achieve fair representation. Number 6, we also obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence regarding the financial information of the company to express an opinion on the financial statements. We are responsible for the direction, supervision, and performance of the audit, of this company's audit. We remain solely responsible for our audit opinion. We communicate with the directors of Ronchess Global Resources PLC regarding, among other matters, the plan, scope, and timing of the audit and significant audit findings, including any significant deficiency in internal control that we identified during our audit. We also provide them with a statement that we have complied with relevant ethical requirements regarding independence, and to communicate with them all relationship and other matters that may reasonably be thought to bear on our independence. From the matters communicated with the directors, we determine those matters that are of most significance in audit of the financial statement of the current year and are therefore the key audit matters. Report on other legal and regulatory requirements. In accordance with this schedule of the Companies and Allied Matters Act 620 LFN 2020, we expressly stated that we have obtained all the information and explanation which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, are necessary for the purpose of our audit. The company have kept proper books of account so far as appeared from our examination of those books. The company's financial positions, statement of profits or loss, and in aggregate with the books of are in agreement with the books of the account and returns. For Oladejo Ogunride and Co. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Pat Osheyi Oyoa, representing Oladejo Ogunride and Co. There has been before now, which was the end of 2024 annual report, no statutory audit committee formed, which is the SFC. This means that there is no SAC report as at date of this report. So we should therefore be constituting the committee in the course of this meeting in compliance with the statutory requirement that governs us. I would like to move to the first agenda, or the first item on our agenda, sorry. The first item on this agenda is to lay before the shareholders the audit financial statement for the year ending December 31st, 2024, together with the reports of the directors and the auditors. I would now like to formally lay before this meeting the annual report and accounts, including the audit financial statement for the year end 31st December 2024, together with the reports of the directors and the auditors thereon. You now have the opportunity to ask questions, the financial statement of the company. In doing so, we will endeavor to give the right answer if you refer to the pages or the questions you have for us. We have also received questions from shareholders in advance. So thank you so much, and we will have your questions, and we're going to take them after that, and I will take all the questions from the floor as well. There are 11 agendas items. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. I'm supposed to wait a bit if there's any questions. I'm just too eager to run this over as soon as people's time. All right, so the floor is open if there's any questions at all. If there's none, I will move to introducing the 11 agendas items to be deliberated on today. Resolutions on them will be by the voting device already distributed to the shareholders. I will now invite the registrars to explain the voting procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Standing on all existing protocol. So at the point of accreditation, we have assigned devices. I'll just run us through the voting process. Please be informed that we have captured a total number of 21 shareholders' voting details received by proxy and in person, and this represents 94,361,200 units, which represents 93.426% of the issued share capital. Hence, the voting results will be displayed in addition to the votes cast here today. The votes cast are configured to represent your shareholding in Ronchess Global Resources PLC. Once the voting session commences, the voting option for, against, and abstain will come up on your device screen. The option 1 on your device screen represents yes. Option 2 on the device screen represents no. And option 3 represents abstain. Please click on the preference button in accordance with your decision and choice. Each shareholder can change their vote during the voting period, but once the voting period has ended, the last button you press will be recorded as your vote. For coherence, note that the voting result displayed will round up the percentage of the shareholding to a whole number. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Registrar, by explaining this voting procedure. The second item on the agenda is the re-election of directors retiring by rotation. I hereby state that a shareholder moves a motion seeking the consent of the shareholders to pass a single resolution for the re-election of all retiring directors in the interest of time. At this point, can I have a shareholder to move the motion? Please introduce yourself.
Look, I move the motion, yes.
Thank you. Is that microphone working?
Biola Lasaki, I second the motion.
Thank you. Since I am also retiring director to be re-elected, I will now hand over the microphone to Ms. Abiba Waziri, who is an independent non-executive director of this great company, Ronchess Global Resource PLC. to handle this item, which is to re-elect directors as provided for under the article and the chapter of this company.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board of directors of your company presently consists of the following non-executive directors: Dr. Adeolu Adeboye, Captain Ni Ogunowo, and Mrs. Josephine Ukwevo, who is represented by her alternate, Austin Abauduta, with Ms. Habiba Waziri, Mr. Leon Kelly, Mr. Akalaka Okafor as independent non-executive directors. In accordance with the articles of the company and these directors, as above mentioned, will retire at this AGM. They are eligible and have offered themselves for re-election, and it will now be put to a vote. Will a shareholder please rise and move the following resolution?
Name is Umadi Omo. I move the resolution.
Umadi, 1 second. Let me finish the statement, please. That the reappointment of the non-executive directors, namely Dr. Adeolu Adeboye, Captain Ni Ogunowo, and Mrs. Josephine Okwevo, who is represented by her alternate, Adaubuta, sorry, as well as the following independent non-executive directors, Mr. Leon Kelly and Mr. Akalaka Okafor, retiring by rotation after 3 years in accordance with the company's articles of association and having offered themselves for reappointment as non-executive directors of the company for a further term of 3 years, be re-elected directors of the company. Can I have a second shareholder second the motion, please?
I have a second.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Abiba Waziri. I now put the resolutions to the meeting and invite the registrars to conduct the voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we'll have the resolution on display. The timer is on. Press your device. The first button, number 1, represents yes, 2 represents no, or 3 abstain. Voting is already in session. "30 seconds to the end of the voting period. Please cast. 1 represents yes on your voting device, 2 represents no, and 3 represents abstain. We have 10 more seconds to the voting. The voting has ended, and we have 21 shareholders who voted in favor of this resolution, and this represents 94,331,200 units. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We're meant to be standing while those votes were being read, even though my mind, my heart, I don't know for the rest of the other directors, was jumping up and down, praying that I should be re-elected. But thank you for this, for re-electing us. Following the results of the voting, I hereby declare that myself, Dr. Adeolu Adeboye, my vice chairman, Captain Niyi Ogunowo, and yes, as I'm introducing you, I think we should stand. Sorry about this. And Mrs. Josephine Okuevo, who is represented by alternated person, Mr. Austin Agbaduta, sorry, and re-elected as a non-executive director of this great company. I have Mr. Leo Kelly and Mr. Kalaka Okafo, also re-elected as independent non-executive director of Ronchess Global Resources PLC. My dear shareholders, shall we be seated, please? I hereby present once again, I'm still going to ask you to stand once again, myself, Dr. Adeolu Adeboye, my Vice Chairman, Captain Niyi Okuno, the representative of Mrs. Josephine Okuevo, that's the name of Mr. Austin Agbaduta, and Mr. Leo Kelly and Mr. Kalaka Okafo as newly re-elected directors of this company, Ronchess Global Resources PLC. Please join me in congratulating them while we wish them the best. Thank you very much, including myself, in the service of this company. Thank you very much. Shall we be seated, please? Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 3 more seats to be filled in accordance with the Companies and Other Matters Act 2020 of the Audit Committee. As for the shareholders, representatives, and the company secretary, has reported that pursuant to Act Section 404 in bracket 3 of the Companies and Other Matters Act 2020, a total of 3 valid members of this committee has been received from 3 shareholders within the statutory time Stacy Livinos, Umadi Homo. Why standing? Since only 3 shareholders are required to serve on the statutory audit committee as representative of shareholders, and there are 3 valid nominations from shareholders, there shall be no need for an election. I hereby call on the shareholder to move the motion that all these members standing on the statutory audit committee be elected as a single resolution. A shareholder. Will someone please move the motion? Apart from the shareholders standing.
My name is Adeniji Adejumo. I move the motion.
Thank you very much, sir. Seconded by?
Banye Samuel.
Thank you very much, sir. Please be seated. Thank you, ma'am. I hereby declare the motion as carried. I thereby move this pursuant to section 404 in bracket 3 and bracket 6 of the Companies and Hired Matter at 2020, the statutory audit committee be and is thereby constituted for the 2025 financial year with the following members via a single resolution, namely, as I announce the name, please, you need to stand up again for people to recognize you. Number 1, Ms. Abiola Lasaki, Ms. Stacy Livinos, Ms. Umadi Omo, Mr. Akalaka Okafo, and Mr. Leo Kelly. Please, can you help me to congratulate them, please, with an applaud. Thank you. Please take your seat. The next item on the agenda is to direct the directors to fill the nominations of an external audit, that is of Mr. Oladejo Odunrinde and Co., who acted as the company's audit this past year. The law required that the nominations of the external auditor be fixed by the company in the company general meeting or in such a manner as the company may determined in a general meeting. I hereby call on a shareholder to move the motion that the directors be and hereby authorized to fix the remunerations of our external auditor for the year end December 31st, 2025. I call for a motion by one of our shareholders at this moment.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Akem Isaac. I move the motion, please.
Thank you very much, sir. To be seconded by another shareholder. Thank you very much, sir. Excuse me. I hereby call to put the motion to the meeting. Register, please conduct the election.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have the resolution on display and the timer is on. Please vote. For active participation, please press 1 on your device if in support of this resolution, or press 2 on your voting device if against, or 3 to abstain. We have 30 seconds to the end of the voting period. Thank you. We have 10 seconds left to the end of the voting period. Please vote. Voting has ended, and we have 19 shareholders who voted in favor of the resolution, representing 99.98%, with a total count of 94,302,200 units. And we have one shareholder who voted against the resolution, which represents 0.02%, with a total unit of 15,000 units. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I hereby move to the agenda number 9. Sorry, I hereby declare that the motion has been duly carried. So I move to agenda item number 9. The next item on this agenda is a special business of appointing the external auditor Oladejo Ogunrinde and Co. as the external auditor of the company for the year 2025. Under this provision, Section 9 of the Financial Reporting Council of Nigerian Act 2011, Audit Regulation 2020, audit firms shall disengage after a continuous service to a company for 10 years. Since Oladejo Ogunrinde and Co. audit firm has served Ronchess Global Resources PLC for just 1 year, the management of the company has reappointed Oladejo Ogunrinde and Co. as the external auditor of the company for 2025 financial year, which will be ratified as this AGM. I now call on the shareholder to please move a motion that the appointment of Oladejo and Ogunrinde and Co. as the external auditors of Ronchess Global Resources PLC for 2025 be ratified. Can I have a shareholder to move this motion, please?
I hereby move accordingly.
Thank you very much, sir. And to be seconded by another shareholder.
I hereby second.
Thank you very much, sir. I now call on the registrar to conduct the voting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The resolution on display is on. Please press 1 on your voting device if in support of this resolution. Press 2 if against, or 3 to abstain. Thank you. Voting is still in progress. We have 30 seconds to the end of the voting period. We have 10 seconds to the end of the voting period. Voting has ended, and we have 21 shareholders who voted 100% in support of this resolution, and this represents 94,331,200 units. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. To our external auditor, Oladejo Odunride and Co. I can see that the whole house, the whole shareholders actually supported you. Congratulations. Based on these results just announced by the registrars, I hereby declare that the resolution as duly carried. I'll now move on to the next agenda, which is item number 10. This item on the agenda is the approval of a non-executive director of this company in section 293 in bracket 1 of the CAMA request and nomination of the non-executive directors to be approved at the general meeting. I hereby propose that shareholders consider and, if thought fit, pass a resolution that the remuneration payable to a non-executive director for the year ended December 31st, 2025 be and is thereby fixed as a sum of, to the chairman, 10 million annually, and to a non-executive director, 4 million. Such payment to be effective from January 1st, 2025. I hereby move that a shareholder moves for this approval. A shareholder.
I hereby move the motion.
Thank you very much, sir. To be seconded by another shareholder.
I second the motion.
Thank you very much. Please don't expect the chairman to share any of his remuneration with you. Thank you. I hereby put the motion to the meeting and ask the registrar to conduct the election.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have the resolution on display and the timer is on. Please cast your votes accordingly. 1 on your device represents yes. Device represents no. 3 represents abstain. Please cast your votes accordingly. Thank you. Voting is still in progress. We have 30 seconds to the end of the voting period. We have 10 seconds to the end of the voting period. Please cast your votes accordingly. The voting has, and we have 21 shareholders who voted 100% in favor of the resolution. This represents 94,361,200 units. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Silver or gold, I have none, but I'll be praying for you for voting 100% for this nomination act. The next item on the agenda, which is agenda, for this result, I declare that the motion has been duly carried. So I therefore move to agenda 11. The next item on this agenda is to authorize the directors to take necessary business arrangements. I therefore call on a shareholder to move the motion that that shareholders considered and, if thought fit, pass the following resolution. Number 1, that the company and is thereby authorized to invest in, acquire, or devise from any business or carry out as the directors may deem appropriate in accordance with any relevant law or laws. any actions including but not limited to the restructuring and reorganization, reconstruction, and such other business related agreement or exercise.
I hear.
Two, that the subject to the regulatory approval there necessary, the directors be and hereby authorized to take all steps and do all acts that they deem necessary in respect to the above, including but not limited to the executing and filling all such forms, paper or document as may be required with the appropriate authorities. Number 3, appoint such professional parties and advisors as deemed necessary and according to the terms as the directors may deem appropriate, as well as perform all such other acts and do all such other things as may be necessary to give effect to the above resolution. Can one of the shareholders please move the motion at this point?
I hear so moved.
Thank you very much, sir. Name, introduce yourself. Thank you. And to be seconded by another shareholder. Thank you very much. I now put the motion to the meeting. Registrar, please conduct this vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have the resolution on display and the timer is on. Please cast your votes accordingly. Using your voting device, press 1 if in support of the resolution, press 2 if against, or 3 to abstain. Thank you. Voting is still in progress. We have 30 seconds to the end of the voting period. We have 10 seconds to the end of the voting period. The voting has now ended, and we have 21 shareholders who voted 100% in favor of the resolution, and this represents 94,361,200 units. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Going by the result of this election, I hereby confirm that the motion has been duly carried. At this point, I would like to say thank you to everyone present. And also, I'm going to be standing up to do this next assignment in front of me. And the reason why I'm standing is to introduce our guest or speaker of the day. Is someone that I have a great respect for. I said earlier on that is a father to me. Is also a mentor. Is someone I love to spend my time with. Last year, I had the opportunity to be with him in New York to watch or to see what we call a Broadway presentation. I was jealous when he said he was going to watch Michael Jackson. I said, how will a young-hearted father wants to go and watch Michael Jackson. He invited me, I declined. But the following day, he said he was going to watch Hamilton. I don't know if any one of you knows who Hamilton is. Sorry? You don't? Well, I'll do a single introduction because of our time. He's a great president in the United States. So when he mentioned that, I've never heard of Hamilton. I've heard of him briefly, but I don't know how great he was. So, and being the second invitation, I dare not decline. So I decided and we went there. And sitting next to him, he taught me a lot. Things I'd never heard of, things I don't even know of. And it was a great time to be with him and to spend with him. Without wasting time, if you need more introduction, please see me privately, and I will not charge you too much. Without wasting time, I'd like to introduce Malam El-Rufai. He's a former governor of Kaduna State. He's here. He's also here with his wife. I invite him to share with us and to speak to us on what we need to do, way forward, and what is the next move that we need to take. We're always being referred to as boys from Lagos. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Please, please take your seats. Well, yeah. For me, it is very unusual to be invited to an annual general meeting when you are not a shareholder or director. When Mr. Chairman and the CEO told me that they would be inviting me to the annual general meeting and they would like me to speak on infrastructure, I found it strange, and I accepted with a bit of trepidation. I found it strange because I have attended annual general meetings several times, but as a shareholder or director, I've never attended an AGM in which I have no role other than to speak. A bit of trepidation because, and I will go into this when the presentation starts, because the way and manner I met Jackson and got introduced to Ronchess has led to rumors going around in Kaduna State that I own the company. So if I appear at the annual general meeting, it will only confirm the rumors. But there are many rumors about this company, including billions of naira that Kaduna State government paid for work not done and all that are totally false. So I said, why not? I will come and speak to the directors, because Ronchess is a company that I have come to know, respect, and admire. And it will be a pleasure always to meet with the shareholders. So congratulations on your annual general meeting. I noticed that you made a loss, like most construction companies in this environment these days. But sometimes it's good to make a huge loss, because you can write it off from future profits from your taxes. So as an old MBA, I know sometimes a loss can be a good thing. When the boom time comes, you will have to pay less taxes to the government. And it's not good to pay taxes. If you can avoid it, don't pay. I'm not governor anymore, so I can be very blunt. So the letter of invitation I got from Ronchess wanted me to speak about the role of Nigeria in the infrastructural development of Africa. I thought that was too big because a country like Nigeria that every African and every black man has put so much hope in, but we've somehow not managed to live up to that expectation. I should not be telling the rest of Africa about infrastructure. We are so far behind many smaller countries. Maybe we should speak about infrastructure and economic development in Nigeria first. After this, if you want to invite me to speak about Africa in 5 years, maybe. So I modified the topic a little bit to speak to you today very, very quickly. I would like to do this in 20 or 30 minutes on infrastructure and economic development in Nigeria. And can you go back to the first slide? We put on this was the first major assignment that Ronchess did in Kaduna. This is the Sokoto Road Junction. It was a big problem because so many accidents, so many people were killed at this junction. And anyway, I'll come to that, but just remember this junction. Next slide. So I want to quickly talk about the challenges of economic development in Nigeria and what we need to put in place for economic development to happen in a big way. As you know, China was growing at an average of 10-11% per annum consistently for 30 years. This is the sort of thing you need to transform societies. When you grow at 7% per annum, you double the size of your economy every 10 years. China was growing at 11% per annum, so every 5-6 years, China was doubling its GDP. We are still growing at 3%. And the highest rate of growth we've ever registered in Nigeria's history was between 2003 and 2007, the second term of Obasanjo, where we grew at an average of 7-8% for those 4 years. This was the highlight of history of economic growth in Nigeria, and I'm proud to be part of that government that did that. Infrastructure is needed for development. And I want to talk to you a little bit about why infrastructure matters and why I think Ronchess is in the right business, because the state of infrastructure in Nigeria has not even been scratched. There is a huge opportunity if we can get our act together. And then I will share some of my experiences managing infrastructure in Abuja some 20 years ago when I was Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, and 10 years ago when I was elected Governor of Kaduna State. Next slide. So, next slide, please. So why are we here? You know, I've already alluded to that, to say that, you know, what we're here because Corporate Governance Code, Company and Allied Matters Act, the rules of the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and the Security and Exchange Commission present here require you to do this, to comply with corporate governance principles. And I'm very happy to see how the whole process is going. And what was interesting to me, this is the first AGM I've attended where the voting is done electronically. And so this also speaks to my second bullet there, the celebration of youth and innovation. I was commenting to Hafiz that, look at the director, they are all young. Only 1 or 2 have gray in their beards. Everyone is young. The shareholders, everyone is young. And perhaps the oldest man in the room. And you know, that's how it should be. 75% of Nigerians are below the age of 40. People like me, 65 years of age, account for less than 2% of the population. We are dinosaurs. But look at this room, the youth, the energy, and the innovation that comes with it. That's the future of Nigeria. Look at the gender inclusivity, the women playing very important roles. That's how it should be. So seeing this company and its shareholders and the way you conduct your business gives some of us old guys a vision of an optimistic future. There is future for this country because of young people, because of empowered women, because of the energy and innovation of our young people. And I think that's what Ronchess clearly represents. And but why am I here? I'll tell you the story of how I met Jackson. My son, my eldest son, he's not here, Bello Erufai, he's now a member of the House of Reps, surprisingly, came to me one day and said, you know, I have a friend who has done a lot of work in Lagos, but, you know, changes of government comes with risk. So he has a lot of equipment and capacity that not fully wants to come and work in Kaduna. I said, okay. He brought Jackson. Jackson looked so young. And I said, and he was speaking, you know, this, you know, we provincial types from Kaduna don't trust these Lagos people, you know. They are too smooth for their own good. So I said to Bello, okay, you know how Kaduna is, let him go and register, you know, with the procurement authority and go through all the processes. We bid out our jobs, you know, let him compete and so on. And I got him out of my office. I don't encourage my family to get involved in official business. So it took a lot of courage for Bello to do that. And Jackson was the only person that he ever introduced to me and said he was interested in government business. So I think Jackson maybe read my face and saw that I was not very confident. I've been in the construction industry for 20 years until I ventured into this adventure called public service. And I've never heard of any Ronchess. The companies I know are the Julius Bergers, blah, 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 blah. Those are the ones that our generation knew. So I said, he has worked in Lagos? Okay. So after some time, I don't remember how many weeks or maybe a month, Jackson came back and said, Baba, the road network in the government house is not befitting of a government house. I said, I've been to the Lagos government house. It's no better than ours. What is this guy saying? He's trying to scam me. So he said, you know, sir, you know, Baba, I will show you what I can do. I will do all the road network in the residence and the office free of charge, and I will do road markings so that there will be few accidents and so on. He was talking smooth like a Lagos guy. I said, okay, submit your bill. He said, no, I will do it free. I said, free? He said, yes. From a Lagos person. I said, okay, oh yeah, go ahead. So I remember this was around the time of COVID. So there wasn't much movement. But Ronchess worked in the night so that they don't disturb the government house operations. It was such an excellent job. I said, okay. This one is not just Lagos. There is also something. And that's how our relationship started. He always refers to me as Baba because he came through my son. It makes me a bit uncomfortable because all my life I've been the youngest guy in the room. All of a sudden I'm the oldest man in the room. And it's difficult, but I'm getting to terms with that. So this is how our relationship with Ronchess started. After the government house job, we gave them that troublesome junction. They redesigned it. They did it. And I remember people were coming to take a picture of that junction and were posting on social media. And from that point on, we gave Ronchess lots of work in Kaduna, in Zaria, some of our most important roads. One of the major roads in Kaduna is Isa Kaita Road, which we had dualized. And so they did a lot of work in Kaduna. Unfortunately, we were not as lucky as the current set of governors who have been getting a lot of money. We were financially constrained. And by the time I left office, I think there were billions of naira that we had to pay to Ronchess that we couldn't pay. But you see, the beauty of working in Kaduna is that all the northern governors come to Kaduna. We have Northern State Governors Forum meetings in Kaduna, and they all have homes in Kaduna. Kaduna is the center of the politics of northern Nigeria. So everyone came and saw the work and were making inquiries. So we kept referring them. You know, it's one young man from Lagos. When you see him, you'll not think they can do the job, but they really do the job. Okay, so that's why I'm here. And when he asked me to speak at this AGM, I said this is an opportunity to come and share my experiences, as well as commend Jackson, and also apologize to Ronchess that we couldn't pay you all that for all the work that you've done, but I'm sure, you know, with time you will get your due. And I'm pleased that some other states have seen the quality of your work and have invited you to help develop their states, and that's how it should be. So congratulations once again. So let's come back to the main topic, which is the challenge of economic development in Nigeria. You know, Nigeria accounts for 1/5 of the African population, as well as the population of all black people. And I think it is our destiny to lead Africa. I think it is our destiny to show that black people can govern themselves and can develop and are as good as any other people. It is not South Africa that will do that. South Africa was built by white people. It's not Rwanda, it's too tiny. It is half of Kaduna State. Every African looks up to Nigeria for example. Sometimes we provided that example, but always we have this. And my appeal to all of you young people is that if our generation fails to put Nigeria on the right track, please work hard to make sure you put Nigeria back on track. And one of the things that you have to do is to ensure that opportunities are not lost and critical junctures are not ignored. And to develop, you must invest in infrastructure. Ronchess's business is physical infrastructure. But there is a range of other infrastructure that society needs to develop. There is social infrastructure. There is even governance infrastructure. How you are voting in your AGM is the sort of approach we adopted in Kaduna when we introduced electronic voting for local government elections, because we were interested in having free and fair elections. We are not interested in writing results and saying that, you know, our party has won all the chairmanship slots, all the councillorship. We wanted to know whether we were doing well as a government. So we wanted free and fair elections. So we went to China, got electronic voting machines, and we had 2 elections that were free and fair, where we lost several local governments and councillorship seats. But that also told us where we needed to work harder to get better. So infrastructure is very important. But so far as infrastructure and economic development is concerned, Nigeria has tended to disappoint. We lag behind comparator countries in human capital development. South Africa is ahead of us. Egypt, where I spend most of my time, I live mostly in Egypt these days. Ethiopia, Morocco, they are all far ahead of us in human development indices. Our economy has been contracting. We're the largest economy in Africa. Now we are, what, the 5th or 6th? We are down to $187 billion according to the World Bank. $187 billion is big in Africa, but very small. Very, very small for our size, for our potential and population. Inflation is very high, making people poorer every day. The National Bureau of Statistics sort of tweaked how to measure inflation to make it lower, but just 3 days ago, the IMF outed them by forecasting that inflation will be 37% in 2025 or 2026. Inflation is really high, and the danger of inflation is that it makes everyone poor. As a company, you submit bids, and before the contract is awarded, inflation has taken away 10-20% of your margin already, because prices have risen and there are some costs you cannot pass on to your customer even if the contract is fully price fluctuating. I used to be a quantity surveyor, so I know a bit these things. Unemployment is very high. Estimates vary from 20 to 30%, but what is clear is about 50% of young people are unemployed. And that is quite worrying. The contracting economy, of course, is throwing people, more and more people, into poverty. And today, Nigeria, by the end of 2024, Nigeria has the highest number of poor people in the entire world. Even though we are just 10% of China's, 20% of China's population, or India's population, but they don't have as many poor people as we have. They have lifted the poor people out of poverty long time ago. So these are realities that we have to face, and my hope is that it will anger or inspire some of you to strive to do better. Clearly, things are not going the way they should, and we need to change. But let's step back. What are the key enablers of economic development? I think there are 5. Okay, the first is that as a country, you must have a national economic strategy. You must say, this is what we want to do. This is our aspiration. This is what we want to achieve. And from your national economic strategy, you derive, 5-year plans or whatever. China did that. They said, this is where we want to go. So how do we get there? Which brings us to the second point. You need hard and soft infrastructure. Hard infrastructure includes roads, bridges, electricity, telecoms networks, and so on and so forth. You need those to grow. You need those to create jobs. The third leg is security. Security is the sine qua non for everything. Because no matter how much money you think you're going to make, if there is a high chance that you're going to get killed, the money is of no value if you're dead. Nobody wants to leave behind money for his children to enjoy alone. He would want to, So security is key. But security is also linked to legal and judicial frameworks. So security and rule of law are tied together. People must feel that, when there are disputes, there is someone that will listen to both sides and judge fairly. Otherwise, people resort to self-help, and that's dangerous for society. Fourth, I think as a country and as a government, we must work at making business easier. Government officials should see themselves. Job is to enable businesses to expand and grow, because the more they grow, the more they employ, the more they pay taxes. It's win-win for everyone. But often, and I have this experience in government, people in government think they are lords of the manor. They are not, they are servants. And they think that the only way they can benefit is to create problems for businesses so that they get paid under the table. That is destructive to society. It's destructive to society. One of the things that we spent years in Kaduna doing is trying to reorient the thinking of our public servants there to be service-oriented, to say, look, you are here to make things easier for people, not create difficulties. And I think to some extent we succeeded, but maybe Ronchess can share its own experiences dealing with our public servants. And finally, of course, development is about human beings. So you must develop human beings as well. How do you develop human beings? Give them health care. They must be healthy first. Then education. And social safety net. And ensuring that in a country like Nigeria, you have very clear incentives for young people to aspire to work hard. You create a reward system that says if you work hard with a little bit of luck, you will do well. Not a reward system that says if you're cunning, you know how to cut corners and get away with it, you will do well. That is what we have right now. And we have to change that. We have to change that. We have almost a whole generation of Nigerians that don't believe that you can get by being smart and working hard. They believe that you get by only by cheating, by cutting corners and ensuring you don't get caught. And that's very, very disturbing. The work to be done at rebuilding social capital and instilling our traditional values or good values to young people is perhaps, in my view, the hardest thing for any leader in Nigeria. Any leader. The society is broken. So these are the 5 enablers, in my view, of economic development and any responsible society, because this is a collaborative effort between the government and the people. Any society that wants to develop has to look at this and tweak them appropriately. So coming back to infrastructure, which is the second enabler that we identified, the Oxford Dictionary defines infrastructure as the basic physical and organizational structures and facilities like buildings, roads, power supply, trading systems needed for the operation of a society or enterprise. So infrastructure is cross-cutting in nature. Though Ronchess is involved in hard infrastructure, physical infrastructure that the eyes can see, people can see roads when they are built. But there are soft aspects of infrastructure that are as important or even more important, like education. Part of the reason why education suffers is that educational investment gives you returns in 30 years. It takes 30 years before you see the impact of education. When asking people in the Western region, insisting on free education, he was very unpopular. Very, very unpopular. But that was in the 50s. By the 80s, everybody could see the impact of that investment in education. And now, he's a saint. But if you go and read the books in the 50s, people resisted the taxation to fund universal free education in the Western region. But the results are clear now. Part of the reason why many state governments just build schools That's contract. It's physical. You can see schools. But do nothing about the quality or equipping the classrooms so that students can really learn is because you can ignore education for 8 years and go. Nobody will blame you. Nobody will know what you have done. And 10 years later, and things like Boko Haram start growing. But it is because you didn't invest in education 10 years earlier. So education, healthcare are all soft infrastructures that are as important as the ones that we can see. Wait, there can be no healthcare system without healthcare infrastructure. Not just the hospitals, the buildings, but the hardware in the buildings, and the doctors, the nurses, and the paramedics. You cannot have industries without infrastructure for efficient production. You need electricity. You need broadband telecoms infrastructure today. You cannot survive today without broadband access to everyone. You cannot have commerce without regulations, without markets, without distribution networks and commercial spaces. You cannot have education without learning infrastructure like standards, regulations, and qualified teachers. When we tested teachers in Kaduna and found that 75% of our teachers could not pass a primary 4 test and decided to sack them, everyone said, we're making a big mistake, that we'll lose the next election. But we're ready to lose the next election to fix that problem. So we sacked 22,000 of them and quickly hired 25,000 new qualified teachers from all over Nigeria. Because until then, the teachers were all from Kaduna State. We said no. When I was in primary school, not all my teachers were from Kaduna. In fact, very few were from Kaduna State, but I got a good education. So let's go back to that. And we hired teachers from places as far as Ondo. Even people from Lagos applied and they got hired. But we won our election bid. Even though we did what we had to do. But we were ready to sacrifice that to ensure that we fix public schools. We didn't believe that any child should go to a private school. I didn't go to a private school all my life. A situation in which you can only get quality education from private school, private education, is dangerous to society in the long run. This is what Chief Awolowo and many of our First Republic leaders saw. And in those days, everyone, including the children of the premier and the ministers, went to public schools. But now, you will not find the child of anyone in this room in a public school. And that is dangerous for society. So, but I think it's obvious from what I've said that infrastructure is important, broadly speaking. Next slide. So every responsible government must prioritize infrastructure provision. Not only provision, but continuous expansion. Because people don't realize that in this country, every year, we make between 7 and 8 million babies. So every year, every school must be expanded by about 5%, just to meet up with the, to prepare for those 8 million babies, though we lose about 3 million of them before the age of 5, due to high infant mortality, but 5 million will need to go to school out of the 8. So you have to be constantly expanding your schools, expanding healthcare facilities, expanding your roads, because there will be more people on the roads. The first time I came to Lagos in 1979, the traffic was terrible. They were doing odd and even. I don't know. Many of you don't know what about odd and even, yeah? But since then, at that time, there was no third mainland bridge. It was all Kata Bridge and, But even with the construction of Third Mainland Bridge, which by the way is about 30 years old, we should have built a fourth and fifth mainland bridges if we wanted Lagosians not to suffer spending an average of 4 hours in traffic every day. I used to joke in Kaduna that when you live in Lagos for 10 years, you deserve a free ticket to heaven because you've already lived in hell. 4 hours a day, every working day. Haba. You should just get a free pass. But it is because when we build, we don't expand. When we build, we don't maintain. Until the thing is about to crumble, then, everything is shut down. But, so governments must do that and must engage in continuous maintenance. And what we inherited from the colonial government does not fit our purpose. The colonial government built infrastructure to extract produce from Nigeria and export to their countries. So the rail system was designed around collecting cocoa, groundnuts, not to serve the needs of Nigerians. So what we should have done after independence was to strip them all off and sit and build our own infrastructure for our own purposes. But we never did that. There are many things we inherited from the colonial government that we just accepted and embraced. They were bad for us. I'll give one example. We don't have a mortgage system in Nigeria because the colonial officers did not intend to live here. It's not South Africa. We had mosquitoes, thank God. So it chased them away. So they didn't plan to stay here. So for that reason, they all had government quarters. Government employees all had government quarters. They had their GRAs. They had junior staff housing for those that work in the government. But in England, they were paying for their mortgage so that when they go back there, they own their own houses. They didn't need to own houses in Nigeria because they didn't plan to stay. When we took over from them, instead of killing that system and creating a mortgage system so that everyone can own a house, we maintain the GRA still today. That's why when I was elected governor of Kaduna State, one of the first things we did was to sell all the government houses. Sell them all. No one other than the government house. We couldn't sell the governor's, we don't even know who will buy it. So the government house and the deputy governor's house were retained as official. No other official in the Kaduna State government had an official residence. We sold everything. You should be like everyone else, because if government people are living comfortably in their houses, they will never think of creating the regulatory framework for the rest of us to have a mortgage system. And that's what has happened for 50 years, 60 years now. When I was Minister of Abuja, we did the same thing. We sold over 30,000 government houses and created a mortgage system in Abuja at the time. Many civil servants bought their houses because we created, with the cooperation of Federal Mortgage Bank and UBA, a pilot mortgage system which worked in Abuja. But instead of that being scaled up, even in Abuja it has died. So there are many things we need to sit down, think through, and design for what fits our country, not just accept anything that we see. So now let me share a bit of my experience. I've touched that. Next slide. In Abuja, there was a lot to do in Abuja. What many people remember about my time in Abuja was demolition. But when President Obasanjo informed me that he was appointing me minister and he was sending me to the FCT, I asked him, why? Is it because I'm a quantity surveyor? He said, no. Murtala Mohammed, of blessed memory, T.Y. Danjuma and Obasanjo were the architects of moving the capital from Lagos to Abuja. And he felt very strongly that the vision that they had been distorted to the point that Abuja was likely to end up being another Lagos. They were running out from a problem to create another one in the middle of the country. So he said that my number one mandate is to restore the master plan of Abuja. But of course, you know, there are other things we had to do. We had to maintain the infrastructure that was there. We had to expand it because Abuja suddenly became very successful. There were question marks whether Abuja will ever be viable, but by 1999, it was clear that Abuja was the fastest growing city in the world. Every day, almost 300,000 people moved to Abuja. It was growing. They moved to work, about half of them leave, and so on. So we had to do something about the roads. We had to do something about the water supply. And to meet the demand for offices, for housing, so we had to design an accelerated development program. But beyond that, to underpin that, we also had to have a digital land registry. It's the first time that the land registry in any subnational in Nigeria was computerized. And the interesting thing was, it was Lagos that broached the idea first. This was in Tinubu's second term. And but they couldn't implement it. Of course, Lagos is far more complicated than Abuja, and the records are not as decent. But we're able to do that in Abuja within 2 years. And then there is something that, looks like nothing, and no one has taken it seriously in Nigeria until we did it in Abuja. This street naming and house numbering. Just name streets officially and number houses, odd on one side, even on the other. That's how organized societies are. There is nowhere in Nigeria that you can go and you will see the houses correctly numbered and ordered. I don't know how courier companies and so on function here, because you see number 1 X Street. The next one is number 50. And number 2 is at the other end. We just thought that was confusion, and we did that in Abuja. And it wasn't the government that even paid for it. We got MTN to pay for it. Give them one district, Airtel one district, and so on and so forth. So it is easier to identify any address in Abuja up to the time I left, okay? Because new districts have sprung up since then that they have not done this. Because we did this. And then, of course, we had to develop the periphery as well, in addition to the city, the satellite towns. So then Kaduna, next slide. In Kaduna was another experience, and when I came to Kaduna to campaign for governor, the PDP government that we were trying to unseat tagged me the demolition. They thought it will affect my chances. It didn't. So we got elected, and again in Kaduna we had to face a raft of issues. But I always begin every assignment of this nature by thinking first, getting the best brains to brainstorm about issues, and then plan. We always must have a plan. Then we have a plan, then we follow through. We get the best that we can find to implement the plan. That's it. It's very simple. That's how we did things in Kaduna. We had an infrastructure master plan, 30-year plan. We created industrial zones to create jobs. Kaduna is an agricultural state. We are the leading producer of ginger, maize, soybean, sorghum, and tomatoes. So we try to create industrial, agro-industrial zones around those commodities that we were lead producer. And then we took our 3 major cities and invested in urban infrastructure, both hard and soft infrastructure. And I'll just zip through some of what we did. We also invested in social infrastructure, as I said, and even electricity. We contracted to build our own power station, 82 megawatts, and tried to convince the federal government to allow us to take over their 225 megawatt plant that they have been building for more than 15 years. It's still not finished, by the way. But we wanted to take it over, complete it, and make Kaduna, with those megawatts, Kaduna electricity from the grid. But let's go very quickly. I will not go into this, but you know, next 2 slides, yeah. So this is what we did in the infrastructure plan. You can look at it in your spare time. I'm told I have 10 minutes. But some of the underpinnings of this, the next slide, is that we had a digital, we also went, we computerized the land registry. We always start with that, because it's not just a source of revenue, it also gives you the data that you need to plan more accurately. We computerized the land registry. We retooled our urban planning and development agency, and we took all government assets, public buildings and so on, and placed them under a facilities management agency, which was driven like the private sector. Next slide. We also faced water supply shortages in many parts of the state, but in my hometown of Zaria, most people below the age of 40 have never opened a tap and see water come out. There have been water shortages for 40 years. It was a jinx. Everybody thought there must be some juju stopping every attempt to expand the water supply in Zaria. Just failed. And this is where Ahmadu Bello University is. This is where Barewa College, which produced 5 of Nigeria's presidents, is located, and so on. The Nigerian Military School, the Army Depot, is a very important city. The College of Aviation, the only one in West Africa, is there. So we said, okay, we'll break the jinx. And we did. Within 2 years, we saw area water supply. And Kaduna is already facing shortages, so we developed a plan for the Greater Kaduna Water Supply Scheme, which entailed the federal government building a dam, the ETC dam. Already studies have been done, and then we will do the state government will then build the water treatment plant and transmission and distribution infrastructure. The plan is there, but I hope that my successor would look at it. Created industrial zones, as I said, for jobs. The picture you see is Tomato Jaws. It's a company that produces tomato puree from tomatoes grown in Kaduna. And this factory is in the farm. It's on a 1,000 hectare tomato farm. And the owner, an Indian American, Harvard MBA, lives there in the community. You know, their yield, their tomato yield is 9 times the average because of improved everything. Then we also create the green agro-allied industry. It's green because all the power is solar. Okay, everything in the agro-allied industrial zone is solar, and that's why Olam is. Olam invested $150 million to create the largest hatchery in Nigeria. And then that's Olam, and that's OCP. OCP of Morocco is the largest exporter of phosphate in the world. Morocco, NPC, OCP. So we partnered with them, we brought them, opened their first facility there, and they have been helping our farmers increasing yields and productivity. Then we appointed African Development Bank to special agro-processing products. We thought if we process them and add value, so the idea was embraced by President Adesina, and he got other partners, Islamic Development Bank and so on, to put a lot of money. Kaduna finally got $150 million for that. The money just got to Kaduna, I think, last month. So that's what's her name? Mira Mehta. She's the owner of Tomato Juice. Interesting lady, Harvard MBA, living in the village with villagers and surrounded by kidnappers. But the villagers protect her. They won't allow anything to happen to her. So I wanted to pair her with him, but because we didn't want her to leave. So we thought if we got her a husband, at least, you know. Yeah. And then we have another industrial zone that we call the Green Economic Zone. Again, solar powered, but for light industry. And it was completely developed, completely provided by a private. We gave them, we granted and got them an economic zone, and the state government is 10%. And this company, the company KK Kingdom, has raised about $700 million from AFDB, Islamic Development Bank, and Afrexim to invest in this. Then I want to talk a bit about the Damao Milk Farm. You know, one of the problems we faced in Kaduna State is the clash between herders and farmers. The herders want to walk their cattle from Kaduna to Lagos. That's why the meat is so tough and so on. And sometimes they go through farms and destroy farms, and this is really the foundation of the problem. But long time ago, it used to be sorted out by traditional rulers and so on. But with the collapse of everything, this thing has become a major problem, particularly in north-central Nigeria. So we thought that, look, if we could show these itinerant herders that there is another way of livestock production without moving up and down and causing problems all over the place, maybe this problem will go away. We thought of milk farm as an example that can not only improve livestock production, make an economic venture rather than a culture, but will also address a major security issue. And we're lucky to have a partner in ALA, a Danish, British dairy company that was interested. I think they import powdered milk. The name Dano? What's their brand name? Dano. They import powdered milk, but they see that they cannot continue importing powdered milk into Nigeria. Nigeria spends $1.3 billion every year importing powdered milk. So they decided that they will partner with us. So we had 10,000 hectares of land. They said they will take 200 hectares and do their own demonstration farm. And then around, we will build houses, primary schools, markets, primary health centers, and sedentarize 1,000 families, 1,000 Fulani families, so that they just sit there. Their children can then go to school, they can get an education, they will have access to vet and primary health care services, and the breed of cattle that Allah brought that would be crossbred with the local ones will raise milk production from 1 to 2 liters a day to 20, 30 liters a day. Because these herders, they make their money not selling the cattle, but from milk. So if you can multiply the milk production, you make them richer and so on and so forth, then they will stop being a problem. So that's what we did. We did groundbreaking in January 2020, just before COVID. And by 2020, we had the ALA part had been commissioned, and the houses, the infrastructure for the government part was going on. We are still hoping that it will be concluded. The last slide, the executive vice president of ALA that came when we were starting the project or commissioning it, I don't remember. Commissioning, groundbreaking, yeah. So, as I said, next slide, we also addressed electricity. I mentioned the 82 megawatt plant. And then we realized that the sun, why not invest in solar power? Okay. Niger Delta, they have gas. But solar intensity is very high. We spent a wide project in which each state in the north will do 100 megawatts of solar power that will be fed into the local distribution network. Doesn't have to go into the grid, but can go into the grid if necessary. And we concluded that using public partnership, build, operate, transfer with an Indian company. I hope the project is still going on. Then we did what we call the urban renewal program. That's where Ronchess came in. I don't know, Ronchess, you didn't do this, yeah? This was Mothercat, yeah. There are 3 major contractors for the urban renewal program: Ronchess, Mothercat is a Lebanese Nigerian company, and Nigerian company. So we focus on infrastructure in Kafanchan, Kaduna, and Zaria. Well, you read about it. It's not just words, actually. Part of BRT, light rail, markets, shopping malls, commercial spaces, as well as park and recreational facilities. And we'll see a few of them. Next slide is Galaxy Mall. This we built and got ShopRite to be the anchor tenant. We also have Silverbird for really nice place next to another unique, in my view, it's a unique facility in Nigeria that is not. Murtala Mohammed Square has 5 restaurants, several side food, is called everything. So it's combination of sports, shopping, leisure, and the most popular destination is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week there. It's always activity there. We also conceived the Kaduna BRT because we found that it was cheaper to do, because when we tried to do the light rail, it cost us $650 million to do just one line from one end of Kaduna to another. So we got the French to give us 50. We worked on a BRT, which we laid the foundation stone before we left office. But after investing all this, the question now is, how do we manage them? How do we make them sustainable? How do we maintain them so that they don't run down like everything Nigerian, or they are not expanded to meet the demands? So we learned from the experience in Abuja. One of the problems that I saw when I became Minister of the FCT is that cities in Nigeria are not managed. They are on their own. Because take Lagos, huge metropolis, megalopolis actually, but it's divided into 20 local governments. So who is in charge? who knows the boundaries between Mushin and Ikeja? And who is responsible for the drainage and the waste across the two local governments? Every city, to function well, needs one central authority. In some places, they call him mayor. In some, there is minister or administrator or whatever. Kaduna was created by Lord Lugard in 1917. And from day one, it had an administrator. But with constitutional changes, coups, and so on, that was forgotten. So we went back and created Kaduna Capital Territory with an administrator who is a commissioner of cabinet rank. Hafiz was that person. And we did a similar thing for Zaria and Kafanchan, because we felt that somebody needed to look at all these things: waste management, construction and maintenance of roads, drainage management, parks and gardens. Somebody must be looking at that every day. And the local government is not the best person to do it. So we created metropolitan authorities that will be largely funded, 60% funded by the state government and 40% contributed by the local government. Because Kaduna Metropolitan Authority straddles 4 local governments. Zaria straddles, I think, 3 or 4. Kafanchan, I think 3 or 4 as well. So these 3-4 local governments contribute a bit of their revenues to the Metropolitan Authority, but these functions, the city management functions, are centralized in a mayor called administrator. So we did that, and it was, in my view, quite successful. Unfortunately, our successors didn't see the point of it, and they have reverted to the old system. I hope they will wake up and do the right thing. We also invested in social infrastructure. Those I listed. I don't need to go into those. In education, you know, basic education is free in Nigeria, yes? 9 years of basic. In Kaduna State, 12 years is free and compulsory. Because that was the only way we could stop girls being married off before the age of 18. Okay? We said it was compulsory because in our state, we can't come out and say, don't marry, no girl should marry unless she is at least 18 years of age. The clerics will go after us. So we said, okay, why not make education, 12 years of education, free and compulsory? Every child, boys and girls, must go to school for 12 years. By the time they go to school for 12 years, they are at least 18. So it solves a basic societal problem. And because we've improved the quality of teachers in the schools were worth going to. So we saw our enrollment, our primary school enrollment move from 1-point-something million to nearly 2 million. We doubled enrollment. And the same with secondary school as well as completion rates. We invested in healthcare, particularly primary healthcare. And we also signed an agreement with a company called Zipline that delivers drones, that delivers blood, medication using drones. They are based in California. And the only other country they are working in Africa was Rwanda. But they came to Kaduna and they built a facility there. We commissioned that facility in 2022. Before we left office, they had done account 1. Because Kaduna is 42,000 square kilometers. Kaduna State is about, 10 times the size of Lagos in land mass. So to move from one end of the state to another can take you as much as 5 hours. Because of bad roads, even 7 hours. So to deliver drugs on time, vaccines, blood when needed, was a major challenge. The solution of Zipline was just brilliant. And it was the idea of one of our young people, as usual. And we didn't think Zipline will even accept, but somehow they came and this happened. And they are now talking to other state governments. I hope they do that. So let me conclude with some lessons. Infrastructure is expensive, but it is necessary for public welfare and economic development. And the time to build it is yesterday. We're already falling behind. And mind you, any major physical infrastructure project requires about 5 years to plan and to execute. And with our 4-year election cycles, that's a problem. That's why you have so many of these abandoned road projects and so on and so forth. But while designing and funding this infrastructure, we must embed sustainability and maintenance. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. And it's a continuous investment because your population is growing 3% per annum every year. 6 to 7 million people added every year. So everything must be grown by at least that. And what do I suggest? I think we should have a national infrastructure master plan. To President Jonathan's credit, he developed one, but it was never, it's all in the road. The fact that the way you are looking at me, many of you, you've never even heard of it. But there was an infrastructure master plan that Jonathan did, which is quite good. And I think we just need to get it updated and, you know, and there must always be a plan. And we must make pragmatic choices between what the government can do and what the private sector can do and where they can work together. Because for me, for instance, there is no basis for the government to continue to build or expand Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Just stall it and give it to Ronchess. They will find a way to make money from it. There is enough traffic on that road, and there is enough value in the real estate along the right of way of the road to make it a viable proposition for any serious company. Of course, railways are important. Public transport within cities important, industrial estates. And the question is financing. Financing requires innovation and thinking out of the box, but it's possible. Many countries have done it. Why can't we? So what are my final thoughts? We have missed many opportunities as a country. Last slide, and then I'm done. I'm sorry I've taken too much of your time. I believe that we have missed many opportunities. In the 1970s, when we had the oil boom, we made some choices that could have been different. Okay? And in 2007, by the time we were leaving office with President Obasanjo, Nigeria was at a critical juncture. We had no debt. We had written off all the London and Paris Club debt. We had $40 billion in reserves. We had a stable exchange rate, about 100 naira to the dollar. It sounds like fairy tale, yes? But yeah, that's what it was. It was stable, and the dollars were available when you apply for them. There was, the black market was 2 or 3 naira difference. That's it, if you don't want to do documentation. And we had $27 billion in the excess crude account. Before leaving office, the Obasanjo administration had contracted to build 10 power stations, 7 in Niger Delta, 3 in Southwest, all to be powered using gas. That would have added 10,000 megawatts to our generation. We had signed an agreement with CCECC to build a dual-track rail system from Apapa Port up to Kano, which is the first of a new railway master plan for Nigeria using standard gauge. Contract was signed, we had the money, the Chinese were providing 85%, and we handed over to a PDP government under President Eradua. Everything stopped. That was the juncture we missed. The power stations were suspended for 2 years. The rail system was stopped. Instead, a section of it, Kaduna to Abuja, was built out of nowhere. The value in that rail was to clear goods from the port out to the hinterland. We lost that. It's being built now. I hope it gets finished. But imagine if we had done that by 2009. So 2007 was a very important critical juncture that we missed. So what do we need now? We need a coherent national economic strategy, clear industrial policies, competent and committed leadership with focused and cost-effective implementation. And this country can change in no time. In no time. We have the capacity, we can do it. In my honest view, where we are today is that many people have asked me, why did you fight so hard to bring this government and it's turning out this way? We did what we did because we believed in what we were doing. We believed it was the best thing for Nigeria. But of course, hindsight is something. But I believe that today, Nigerians face clear choices. And these choices will become even clearer as time goes on. The choice between the new versus the old, good versus evil, progress versus stagnation, visible improvements that you can see versus online propaganda that you cannot see and cannot prove. And it is up to us to decide whether to have confident optimism or despondent hopelessness. This will be staring us in the face every single day from now on. And in my view, what we are going through today, the challenges we are facing as a country, amount to an opportunity that must not be wasted. People see problems, I see an opportunity. I see a wake-up call for every Nigerian. And one thing that bothers me as a politician is that politicians spend a large amount of time planning and plotting how to grab power, but very little thought of what to do with it when they get it. This is a problem. And this is why I say that there is a pressing need for a program of service, a governance framework detailing what will be done to solve urgent national problems. A manifesto will not work. You have to tell us, what do you do about X, Y, Z? We all know the problems. We face them every day. We face them every day. Even the ones you don't face are passed on to you through people who send you WhatsApp messages asking you for this or that. We know the problems. And I believe that any politician that comes to you and asks for your vote should give you solutions. What is he going to do about A, B, C, D? Not just a manifesto. So there is an urgent need not for an arithmetic of power, how to come together to grab power, but a program that addresses and solves our societal problems. And people should ask very hard questions, very specific questions. Don't allow anybody to give you generalities. The problems are clear, they are known. What do you do? And I believe that if we do that, 2027, 20 years after 2007, may be another critical juncture that may change Nigeria for better or for worse. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. This moment I'm a bit speechless, so I don't even know what to say. But I just want to say thank you very much for accepting our invitation and to deliver this special topic, which I believe we're going to look into all these points that you've raised, sir. We're going to look at them one by one. There's a great lesson here for us, even in aspects that we've never thought of diversifying into. The aspect of the energy, we mentioned that this morning in our general meeting. and I'm happy that you mentioned it as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We're very, very, very grateful, sir. Very, very grateful. Distinguished fellow shareholders, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, we've come to the end of these items on the agenda of 2024. I would like to thank you on behalf of the board for your attendance, for coming and joining us for this meeting, and for showing so much interest in the affairs of this great company, Ronchess Global Resources PLC. Thank you very much. I will also want to thank our registrar present, our regulators, our external auditor, and all the senior management of Ronchess Global Resources. I want to say thank you so much for all your efforts to make this a successful program. We express our appreciation for your continued interest and support for this great company. This is to all our shareholders. Even though we have declared non-profit, our prayer is that we will declare next year. When I was picking my suits to wear this morning, I said I better not wear an expensive suit. Otherwise, the shareholders might say to me, you spend all the money on your suit. Baba, you said something earlier on. You said there was a lady, the white lady, that you're looking for someone to look after her in Nigeria. I'm sure that my co-directors would agree. I can be an help. I'm only joking. Please don't quote me wrong. Thank you very much, sir, for coming with all the team, let me use the word, and for Madame as well to support you on this visit to Ronchess HEM. We're very, very, very grateful. Thank you so much. I now declare this meeting closed. I would like to ask Mr. Sorry if I'm using the word Mr. I don't know if I should use, because Baba called himself Malam. So I can't call you Alaji. I can't call you any other title, but I would like to remain simple. The Chief of Staff to Baba, Tafik, Afisori, Dabairo, to please lead us in the closing prayer. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So I think we'll pray in the Islamic way.
Yes, sir.
Since we started in the Christian way. Sallu ala Nabil Kareem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wallahu ahad. Allahu samad. Lam yalid wa lam yulad. Wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
Amen. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. Still standing, please. We started with the national item. We would love to end this meeting with our national anthem. So please, media,